and we will talk about risks, impact, and management option. The session will be shared by Madame Jamila Ben Suisi and the rapporteur, my colleague Yassine Ramzis Khaya. So the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. We reached the last session of all the symposia. This session is dealing, as Atif said, with the risks, impacts, and management options. I call the first speaker, Wafa Erjiba, to present her work. The title is Eat Alien Invasive Blue Crabs, yes, but without running health risks. Wafa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I am Wafa Erjiba, a postdoc from the National Institute of Agronomy of Tunisia. My presentation deals with the managing of blue crab invasions in Tunisia by eating them. But we should be careful about human health risks. Since the last update of aquatic alien fauna in Tunisia in 2016, several new species have been recorded and established. The total number by January 2022 of validated NIS is close to 200. The dominant group is crustacean, from which about 50% are crabs. Actually, our country is experiencing a unique phenomenon, which is a concomitant explosion, biological explosion by two species of blue crabs, Portunus senis, recorded in 2014, and Calinectes sapidus, reported in 2017. In 2015, this invasion was considered as a disaster, since Portunus senis became very abundant and caused a lot of problems and damaging, by damaging nets, catches, and causing injuries to fishermen. But fortunately, since 2017, this crab presented an opportunity, and this disaster turned to an opportunity for fishermen and the national economy. By the implementation of more than 28 processing units and export companies, crab exports increased 100 times in 4 years to more than 20 destinations all over the world for about 12 million euro in 2019. So a national action plan was implemented in our country to improve the value chain of this crab. The real challenge is to manage invasive non-indigenous species in the context of food security and climate change. And there is different approaches which were adopted, namely the eradication by mastication or the invasivorism. So turn invasive non-indigenous species into gourmet meals may contribute to food security, but also boosts local economy. It's a win-win approach for both consumers and environmental stakeholders. Several promoting campaigns for Je continue. Several promoting campaigns for non-indigenous species consumption were conducted, namely Eat the Invaders by fighting invasive species one bite at a time, Eat Them to Beat Them, to support restaurants that serves lionfish, for example. So the same strategy can be approved for blue crabs in Tunisia, but it's necessary to evaluate human health risks and heavy metals residues. After sampling adult crab specimen from Tunis Southern Lagoon by fike nets during eel fishing campaign and the morphometric characterization, we proceeded to the dissection of crabs into 3 groups: muscles, exoskeleton, and hepatopancreas, and trace element analysis by the inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer. Our previous findings revealed a high muscles yield of Calinectes sapidus between 35 and 30%. The biochemical composition of this crab showed a high protein content between 23 and 27%, and a low fat content under 4%. So a blue crab can be considered as a dietetic food. It is also a new source of minerals for Tunisian consumers, but it was necessary to evaluate trace element and analysis residues. Sorry. This table presents the main findings and showed a significant differences between tissues for all the analyzed minerals. The metal pollution index was the highest in the exoskeleton, followed by hepatopancreas and muscles. The zinc was the most abundant element, followed by iron and copper, which are necessary elements for a human body. Our results were in line with other studies. So metal contents in crabs are variable according to body tissues, with the highest contents in the exoskeleton, gills, and hepatopancreas, which is a key site of metal storage and detoxification in crabs. Also, our results showed that all trace metals content were under permissible limits of FAO-WHO organization for muscles. However, for the exoskeleton, copper, cadmium, and lead were above these permissible limits, and the same with cadmium in the hepatopancreas. In fact, the European Food Safety Authority advises to limit crab hepatopancreas consumption due to the high amounts of cadmium. Crabs can absorb minerals directly from the aquatic environment, and this may lead to biomagnification through the food chain, and therefore heavy metals may pass to human, causing serious health problems. So our recommendations for both scientists and national competent authorities are, first of all, to put more sanitary controls of crabs to guarantee human health safety, especially for heavy metals, to cover all fishing sites when monitoring, especially polluted areas, such as the Gulf of Gabes, and to take into account seasonal variations, sex, and crab physiology. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Wefe, for your presentation in perfect time, so we have time for questions. Any question from the audience? Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the work in this new species and new habitat. But I have a question. What about the age determination? Did you determine the age for this species before the, make your study or made your study on the accumulation for the heavy metals or no?
When we sampled the crabs, we choose adult specimens, but we don't.
No, because the accumulation difference according to the age. It's so important. And the other thing that the trophic levels, you have to at least two trophic levels measured before the target species.
Yes, perhaps.
It's so important to know the accumulation for the heavy metals. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's the first investigation, so perhaps in the later with the other researchers, we can focus on the age of crabs and their effect on trace element accumulation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for presentation.
Thank you.
You show us absolute values of trace metals in Calinetes, and I ask if you compare these values with those of other autochthonous crustacean or other seafood, for example.
No.
Okay, okay. I think it should be interesting. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering about if you did a survey or ask about people what there is concern about Calinexis sapidus, Portunus segnis, eating them, if they have a preference eating the invasive crab or the local crab or other crustaceans.
In Tunisia, we have no traditional habit. We don't eat crabs in Tunisia, but it's a new opportunity. Yes, thank you. A new opportunity for us, a new resource. We start to eat crabs by Portunus tenis and now by Calinectes sapidus. But Calinectes sapidus is more delicious than Portunus tenis. Sapidus is meaning that this crab is more delicious. Thank you.
Okay, the last question from Mr. Khalil.
Actually, my question is also on heavy metals absorption. And I wanted to know if you compared your results with other sites, works on other sites. And why did you choose the South Lake of Tunis, actually?
I will begin with the second question. For the choice of the Tunis Southern Lagoon, because Calinectes sapidus is very abundant in this city, and no, Calinectes sapidus. The Gulf of Gabes is contaminated with Portunus senis more than Calinectes sapidus. So in this period, we found big quantities of Calinectes sapidus in the Tunis southern lagoon. So that's why we choose to do sampling in this area.
But you know also that historically speaking, the South Lake of Tunis was the natural
yes,
receptacle of the industrial wastewater, which is much charged with heavy metals.
But Mr. Khalil, after the restoration program, it is not the case. Now the South Lagoon of Tunisia can be considered as a part of the Gulf of Tunis with exactly the same hydrological conditions. So it's not polluted at all. And why especially this site for sampling? Because in Tunisia we are concerned by the two species of crab, the Portunus senis for the south part of Tunisia, the Gulf, especially the Gulf of Gabes, but the second invasion by Calinectes sapidus is specially located until now for in the north part of Tunisia and in the lagoon of Tunis and Bizerta, a lagoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, so last question. Okay, so let's move to the second presentation that I call Shaban Sahar to present her work on invasion ecology through the risk assessment questions, a multivariate comparison among non-indigenous species trade in the Marina of Tunisia. So Sahar, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like first to start by thanking the Expo for accepting this work to present in this regional symposium. I will start by presenting myself. I am Sahar, Tunisian, and I am a PhD student in Mari Madeira. The title of my presentation is Invasion Ecology Through Risk Assessment Questions, a multivariate comparison among niche traits in the marinas of Tunisia. The Mediterranean Sea is a hotspot of marine biodiversity. It represents 1% of the world aquatic surface, 18% of its macroscopic marine species, 80% of the world macroscopic marine species, and from this 18%, 30% are endemic for our Mediterranean. But our Mediterranean Sea is also the most impacted ecosystem in the world by human activities, the effect of climate change, and the impacts drift from the marine invasion. The coastal urbanization is among the biggest threats on the Mediterranean marine biodiversity, especially the marina. That's why are considered as a hot priority area for the monitoring of needs, distribution, temporal occurrence, and abundance, which is in line with the Mediterranean Action Plan concerning species introduction and invasive species, the integrated monitoring and assessment program of the Mediterranean Sea and coastal and related assessment criteria, and also the National Monitoring Program for Biodiversity and Non-Indigenous Species of Tunisia and other Mediterranean countries. For our study, a rapid assessment survey in 6 different marina of Tunisia was conducted during August 2021. The species that we get from this rapid assessment survey, we ran a risk assessment using a screening kit called ASISC. It is a free software composed from 50 questions. The first 49 questions are basic risk assessment, and the 5 last questions are related to the climate change assessment. The basic risk assessment, it is basically questions related to the biogeography of the species, biology and the ecology of the newest introduced species. And for the climate change, it is about the behavior of the introduced needs based on the climate change scenario in the risk assessment area. For our study, the risk assessment area is the Mediterranean Sea, or the Tunisian coastline. And we put in mind always the, like for example, the Posidonia oceanica, the most, the habitats surround in front of the artificial substrate, in our case, the marinas. This is an example of one of the 50 questions. Is the taxon likely to sequester food resource to the determinant of native taxa in the rapid assessment area? So the question have to be answered with yes or no. It's based on the quality, the type of the question, because some questions are, do you think that it will be increase or decrease the impact of this non-indigenous introduced species or not? And the question after that, after the answer yes or no, there is a confidence level. So from low to very high. The confidence level depends to the assessor first, and second to the bibliography that you read, because all the questions have to be answered with 100% published, pre-reviewed manuscripts and research. For our for this study, we convert the the confidence level to numerical variables from 0 to 7. So 0 to 3, it is a very low confidence. So for example, the species is not for this question 37, the species will not have an impact on the squeeze of nutrients, and 7, for example, when yes, we are pretty sure that it is very high. For the preliminary results, a subset of 20 needs and cryptogenic taxa identified in this risk assessment, and we screen it using the ASISC. For some details about the rapid assessment survey and the list of the species, I will present it in the poster session. So for each, as I say, for each taxa, so the total of the ASIS question, it is 50 questions. So for this specific study, we choose 37 questions. And the reason, because some questions were targeting the nearly the new introduced species, but in our case, it is already established species in the Marina. So we choose only the questions that they ask about the establishment of the impact of the established non-indigenous species. A principal coordination compound using the answers of the 37 ASIS questions as variables, and clustering the calculating the Euclidean distance among taxa. The assessed taxa are indicated as dots, and the dot side is the basic risk assessment. So here we exclude the 5 last questions of the climate change scenario, and we use only the data on the basic risk assessment, which is about the information, the ecology and the biology of the needs and the biogeography of the non-indigenous species. And also because the last publication done by Vildis in 2022, they considered the basic risk assessment question are the most relevant to assess the risk of invasion of non-indigenous species. And in this PCO, the dot colors, it's the groups of statistically homogeneous taxa according to the answers given for the 37 questions using for the analysis, calculated using SIM proof with the p-value equal to 0.035. The vectors, which are in blue, are the groups of questions on bibliography that are clustered into 3 groups, and biology and ecology, 5 groups, with the correlation higher than 50% with any of the PCO axis. As we can see to the left, all the mobile decapods, such as the Calinectis sapidus, are clustered together, and because this species can invade, they are exposed and sheltered inside this ecosystem, artificial ecosystem, which is the Marina. And this species use the marinas for feeding and refugees as a nursery area. And here you can see that the vector that is that it is responsible for this clustering is the variable that it is responsible for this cluster is the resource exploitation and undesirable effects. For the macroalgae and plants, such as Colerpa species and Alophila stupulacea, are also common in the natural habitat with a performance for medium to low wave exposure. For these species, marinas act as refuge against extreme climate events and as stepping stones for invasion process. These do not have a direct impact on human activity, but can have ecological impacts. For the filter feeding foolings, my favorite species. Here, for example, in this picture, it is the sampling map branchiolmi we found it with almost 5 different morphology. They are clustered together, and these species are well known for being reproduce rapidly and have the ability of this dispersal also rapidly, and also are resistance in the environment. And also from our risk assessment, we find the same thing in the bibliography. For the Picopomatus, is an engineering species that benefit from eutrophicated and sheltered environments such as the lagoon and also the marinas and the Mediterranean habitats, where it can impact resources availability and the ecological and sedimentary dynamics. This species find marinas as a suitable habitat that favor its dispersion. And for the Pinctada plicata, have a capacity for resource exploitation and sequestration. However, there are less reports of harmful event in the literature for this species than for the Phycopomatus. For the rest of the species, including the biggest group of taxa identified by SIMPROF, were fooling filter feeders with a high capacity for resistance, reproduction, and dispersal. Most of these species are common in marinas and other artificial habitats across extensive geographical area. However, they are rarely reported in the high density in the natural area. In general, the impact reported for these species are punctual on early degraded ecosystems or as a part of the impacts by fooling communities. Most of these species are clustered with increase their resistance against predation. For a discussion and a conclusion, a subset of 22 questions were sufficient for generate segregation. Sorry, it is not 22. It is a subset of 37. This question was sufficient for a general segregation of the assessed taxa, which are the 22. These were regrouped into 3 topics. The first one is undesirable effects. No, sorry, it is 22 questions. I'm sorry. The second one is resource exploitation, and the third one is reproduction and desirable mechanism. For the three main groups of taxa, crops and weeds, the one in black and the one in green, reported as abundant in natural area of Tunisia of the Mediterranean Sea. The third, the sessile invertebrates, including groups of taxa that are generally recorded with more frequency inside marinas than in natural area. It includes species that could modify ecosystem function, like the engineering filter feeders, like the and opportunist species that could thrive in perturbed environments. To a general conclusion, yes. Okay. For a general conclusion, the ASISC, this tool, is a powerful tool for risk assessment. In our case, the rapid assessment area included the natural marine ecosystem of Tunisia. However, an assessment target habitat such as Posidonia, we focus only on the Posidonia or only in a marine protected area, could provide more accurate risk assessment at the regional and national level. And the ASISC is a general tool targeted toward the aquatic frame. The Mediterranean region could benefit from a more specific tool targeting fouling organism and the rapid assessment habitats. And I would like first to thank the RAXPA, because they show us in support to conduct all the monitoring system and this huge work. And I would like also to thank my colleague Juan Semperi Valverde, because he should do this presentation because he's more into statistical analysis. And the two students that help us in the fieldwork, Ramla Bahloul and Ons Benzarti, and also the University of Monastir, especially the laboratory Biolival, for giving us the access in August and holiday for all the materials on the lab. Thank you.
Thank you.
For any question, give me questions, please.
Thank you, Sahar, for this very interesting work and important survey carried out in the South Mediterranean part. As you know, marina and ports are very are a hotspot of introduction of non-indigenous species, and the first step before spreading outside their native environment. So it is very important to monitor regularly these area to track these species. We have time just for 2 questions, so I ask the audience if they have a question to Sahar. Okay, so let's jump to the next presentation. And I call Federica to present her work, the role of recreational boating in shaping the structure of fouling communities, comparison among Ligurian marina with different boating traffic. Federica, the floor is yours. So.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I'm Federica Gazzola from the University of Pavia, and today I present our work about the role of recreational boating in shaping the structure of fouling communities, a comparison among Ligurian marinas with different boating traffic. The introduction and spreading of non-indigenous species via shipping is a well-known vector at global level, and the monitoring of ports habitats is an important measure to early detect a new invasion. In Mediterranean Sea, the primary role of recreational boat in primary introduction and not as secondary spread of NIS has only been recently acknowledged, and the role of shipping and influences NIS establishment in ports as poorly detected, and mostly concerning the comparison between fouling communities inhabiting commercial ports and marinas. In our studies and in this context, we take a preliminary investigation in order to assess if the establishment of fouling non-indigenous species depends on the type of maritime traffic or not. We choose a particular area, and fouling communities and fouling samples were taken in September 2020 among the Sanremo coastal stretch. In particular, we choose Porto Sole, that is a marina with an international and recreational boating traffic. Porto Vecchio, that is a marina with a local fishing boats, and Ospedaletti, that is an incomplete and unused port. As you can see in the imaging, Porto Sole and Porto Vecchio are very closer and embedded, and Ospedaletti is less than 10 kilometers away. We took 5 samples, fouling samples for each site by scraping the vertical surface of concrete docks with a handheld region net. Then all the samples were preserved in ethanol at 70%. And then all the samples were analyzed in lab for the taxonomic identification of sessile and mobile fauna. Then we do a semi-quantitative approach to assess the abundance class of each species of each samples. In particular, we have 4 abundance class from 1 to 4 for the description of the number of individuals or colonies of sessile fauna and mobile fauna. Then statistical analyses were performed like Permanova, non-metric multidimensional scaling analysis, and a YY seaport test. The results display a very high number of species in Ospedaletti Marina, the unused and incomplete marinas. In particular, 85 species with only 2 NIS. Porto Vecchio and Porto Sole displayed a similar number of species, of total species 45 and 47, with a similar number of NIS for each site. The crustacean groups were the most abundant in all our samples and our sites, followed by mollusca in Ospedaletti Marinas and polychaeta groups in Porto Vecchio and Porto Sole. Interesting is the number of species of bryozoan in Porto Vecchio. In these ports, other groups were missing, like Cnidaria and Porifera. The Permanova test displayed a high significant difference between all the sites, and the non-metric multidimensional scaling analysis displayed the division of groups in 2 clusters. One cluster with the Ospedaletti samples and one formed by Sanremo Porto Sole samples and Sanremo Porto Vecchio samples. The Sanremo Porto Sole groups is in red and Sanremo Porto Vecchio groups is in blue. These similarities and dissimilarities and division in cluster were confirmed by the simple test that displayed a difference, average dissimilarities of 80% from between Ospedaletti and Porto Vecchio samples, 85% between Ospedaletti and Porto Sole, and only 67% between Porto Vecchio and Porto Sole. In this context, it's very important to study these beautiful sites, because this study allowed us to assess the fouling communities of 3 different marina within Sanremo coastal stretch. And this is very important because this site is not yet investigated for NIS presences. In particular, 11 non-indigenous species were identified in this study, and we recognize a lot of species like Stenota georgiana, Caprella scaura, Mesantura romulea, and Celleporaria brunea. But in particular, we don't identify any new Mediterranean records or country records. So all the NIS identified was reported before for these sites. A low average dissimilarity was displayed by Porto Sole and Porto Vecchio Marina. And these two sites displayed a similar fouling assemblages and a comparable number of native species and non-indigenous species. In particular, no significant difference were displayed between recreational and fishing boats between Porto Sole and Porto Vecchio. And this could be also related for the proximity of the two sites that influence each other. Ospedaletti is a very interesting site because displayed a high number of species, 85, and the following community assemblages display the high abundance of species more common in natural habitats instead of ports. In fact, we analyzed only, and we found only 2 non-indigenous species, the polychaetes Hydroides elegans, that is an Indo-Pacific polychaetes, and the mollusk Magallana gigas with only 1 individual. In conclusion, these results suggested that the presence or absence of boats can strongly influence the structure of fouling communities, and the higher propagal pressure can facilitate misestablishment in ports. Also, these results for further investigation should be carried out to test ports with different maritime traffic, including biotic and abiotic factors that are very important to test and to study in order to identify features of the ports most at risk of invasion. In conclusion, Ospedaletti sites is very important because we can continue to follow and study this site in order to test if this site, once active, could be very interesting to verify if actually recreational boating can lead actually an increase of number of NIS. Thank you all, and for any question, I'm here.
Thank you, Federica, for this nice work, and for, all the team of Pavia University. And I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the role of Pavia University, and in particular the lab of ecology, for boosting the capacity building at Mediterranean scale in terms of implementing monitoring strategy in Marina with standard protocols. So we moved to the discussion, and we have time for 2 or 3 questions. Okay, so let's jump to the last presentation of this session. Thank you, Federica. I call Mr. Adel Qasimi. Is Mr. Qasimi here or online? No, so we jump to the discussion. Okay. So we jump directly to the discussion of this session. Do you have some recommendation or? As said yesterday by Vasilis, no work are carried out regarding the dark habitat. It is the case for non-indigenous species in the South Mediterranean Sea. We have not enough survey, so our coastline are facing a huge change. Many ecosystems are really, native ecosystems are facing a big modification. Some native species are completely eradicated. As you can see in some posters, for example, for native Mutulus galloprovençalis is completely disappeared in some lagoons and replaced by a mussel of Red Sea origin. So we are facing not a change at ecosystem level, but economic and social modification. So we Sahar.
First of all, I would like to say really thank you for this amazing symposium. And I will take the advantage that I am here and you are all here. So it is really important to implement a standard methodology for needs monitoring, and not only needs, also native species. So we can compare between each others, and also we can assess like really what is happening, from where the pressure came. For example, I know that in the north of the Mediterranean, there are lots of studies, but in the south, there are also lots of studies, but it is not standardized. So even when I try to make comparison, like to understand from where the circulation of the non-indigenous species around the Mediterranean, I can't compare because we don't have nothing standardized. And also, we are missing the studies on the impact of these non-indigenous species on the native species. And also, I really like to highlight that we need to find a standard methodologies that we can use, all of us, in the same time or in the same period, so we can have an idea about the all-over status of the non-indigenous species in the Mediterranean Sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahar. As you know, we have, according to the last update, you have nearly 1,000 non-indigenous species. But in my opinion, this number is underestimated because we have not enough investigation, especially in the south part of the Mediterranean Sea. We have a lack regarding the taxonomic expertise. We detect only big specimen, completely different of local fauna and flora, but I am sure that a lot of alien species are present and not detected at this time. Okay. I have a question from the colleague from Egypt.
Thank you very much. I want to make some general comments on the whole symposium. We see very interesting presentations from colleagues, but I didn't find any speaking about the management of invasive species. Mm-hmm. We speak on inventories, pathways, and so on. So the management, I think, need some overview and concentrated on the management, which is beginning by, as you see, inventories, because inventories is changed from according to expertise and some countries working on special groups, and we have, as my colleagues speak, on the standardization and methodology of inventories. We need also, this led to, I think, to make a short list for the dangerous species which make harmful for the ecosystem, and focusing on the risk assessment studies and how to manage it. I worked with the group of expertise in CBD, and they published many annexes for stakeholders, for international organizations, for national organizations, for regional organization, for stakeholders, decision maker, people. Why we, REXPA, I suggest maybe let this for the Mediterranean basin to make management at least for this dangerous species. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. But before managing, you need to know the state of art, like the number of species, etc. So without this checklist, we cannot manage the invasions.
Can I add something? Thank you. This dangerous species approach is the approach that the European community has taken with the invasive alien species regulation. But it's based on that. So identify the most dangerous one and target those. But I think maybe this is an approach that was created for terrestrial species. For the marine species, doing risk assessment is very difficult. I tried, I had experience on that. And what you need to do, a very good risk assessment, is to know a lot of the biology, reproduction, ecology, and also you have to forecast the future with climate change, what's going to happen, and the knowledge. This made for a very few marine species, invasive species, we know a lot, but for many, we don't know. I don't even know how much they reproduce, when they reproduce. I don't know anything. And I don't know if this is going to be the next dangerous one. This is very difficult. This approach is very, very difficult to apply in the marine environment.
Yes, Bella.
I would like to add to the chain of comments. Yes, for the species that were determined and received the risk assessment, it was determined that by the time that all the necessary data was in, it was too late actually to manage them. Management is not writing very good papers or excellent lists. It's actually management them in the sea. And an invasive species, a greatly invasive species that managed in less than 1 decade to move from the easternmost Mediterranean to Alboran Sea, and is literally poisonous, like the Lagocephalos, the Pesce pala maculato, which everybody agrees that it's dangerous to the economy, dangerous to human health. By the time it reached the table of the decision, it was also brought up the sad realization that we don't have any way of not only eradicating it, but we don't have any way to control it and even maintain the local population at the present stage, which is horrible as it is. So I suggest that while collecting, stay continuous, stay improving the knowledge. And I agree with Professor Bensuisi that we need to improve our knowledge, especially where we have geographical gaps and taxonomical gaps. We have whole phyla where our knowledge is only rudimentary. So those knowledge gaps should be worked on. At the same time, we cannot wait for the end of time where the perfect knowledge will be our at end, because it will be then much too late to actually do about things. We'll have a whole library of excellent information, but we raise our hands and say, well, we can nothing do about it. It's now we have the time. Now we are in the time when we know enough about the major vectors into the Mediterranean Sea. And for some of the vectors, we have an international agreement, like the ballast water international agreements, which most of the countries in the Mediterranean are signatories to it. But did anyone check the actual management of ballast water in Mediterranean ports? And I just want to mention that 10% by volume of the international trade passes through the Mediterranean, relatively small sea with important ports. So even for something for which we have ironed out after decades of discussion, an international agreement, even then it is not actually managed. An important problem, another important problem is shipping, both commercial shipping and recreational shipping. And we had just now very good information on this, and in the poster outside. We have, the IMO has only guidelines. Guidelines means if you have a nice morning and you feel about it, you do something about it. Most of the time you are too busy and it's too expensive to do anything about it. And I want to mention that in the past 2 years, the problems of biofouling grew even worse, because in the beginning of the COVID, all the cruises stopped. Many of them stopped in the Mediterranean, forming huge armadas of beautifully white vessels above the water lines, and terribly biofouling below the waterline. And there is no guidelines of the IMO for laid up vessels, for extended laid up vessels. So there is no agreement about it. And we all know that, like you mentioned, there are over 1,000 alien species in the Mediterranean, and probably many more that we haven't counted on. Those species, some of them are fouling travelers, and they were accumulated in the Mediterranean and then started moving around the world with the fouling. Nothing was done. So the things to do, on one hand, to collect more information, on the other hand, to really start ironing out work, real management, real action, and enforcing it in our regional sea. And important work, also enforcing control and management in marine protected areas. In marine protected area. And now, after this long soliloquy, I'm passing it to somebody else who might say something. And I'm looking to
Actually, one of the points I wanted to make a note of as well was management, and management in terms of not only prevention, because there is a focus in the scientific and the policymaker community to focus on prevention. I think we're way past that in the Mediterranean, and management has to take different forms. Commercialization, although it has its downsides, and the exploitation is definitely an avenue that needs to be explored. It's for the mitigation of impacts, because we cannot prevent, we cannot eradicate. So we need still to manage and mitigate the impacts of the species. And I do agree about putting pressure on and raising awareness even more to end users. For marinas and recreational boats, for example, it emerged as a very important topic in this year's symposium, and there is a momentum to put more pressure and to bring it and highlight it as something that can actually bring about some results. These are the 2 points that I wanted to make. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So
Just I will confirm what Bella talked about the management. At the first, we need to know the status of these species and all the Mediterranean Sea. After that, we can only mitigate the impact of these species on some areas like the MBAs. It may be to mitigate the impact, and there are some cases in the Mediterranean Sea, like lionfish and lagocephalus in different countries. Thank you very much.
thank you. Thank you for the audience for their comments. Okay.
Hello. Yes, I have another comment on the management issue that seems to me crucial subject to be explored by our community. And I agree when we say that the scientific community has been very much concentrated in studying the phenomenon, providing lists and monitoring. We always in the paper say invasive species is one of the most serious problem for biodiversity. Then we need data, we need to study, etc. But especially in the marine environment, we very know how difficult it is to control the species, to track the species, but also to manage. But at the same time, if you look at the reality, especially in the Mediterranean Sea, we have to recognize that the local community, they already started to manage the problem many years ago. So many invasive species have now a commercial relevance, not because of us, but just because of the community started the kind of spontaneous process of adaptation. And I see that now we are living in a period of time in which climate change is transforming the Mediterranean in an unsuitable environment for many native species which have a kind of temperate affinity. So many temperate species, commercial species that are so important for fishery, are now retreating. They are losing their biomass, their population, and the only possibility at the moment to compensate this phenomenon for some it's the replacement of thermophilic species. That's the reality was what is going on in some part, at least, of the Mediterranean Sea. I think that we have a large possibility to help this process that until now has been spontaneous in terms of management, the new fishery resources, but also using research to find other possible uses of the species. It is true that the Leucocephalus is not useful at all. Well, there is investigation going on to explore the possibility of extract active molecules from the species. The skin can be used, and we can use our creativity also to explore other possibility. And I personally know several species and that would be worth to be probably investigated. And this is also a message maybe for the young generation. There is a huge field of possibility that it is currently unexplored. And so I think this is even more interesting to start exploring this unexplored field of research.
Thank you, Ernesto. So any more comments or recommendation from the audience before closing this session? Okay.
If there is someone before me, I no problem. Paolo Guidetti, Stazione Zoologica. So I don't work specifically on this field. Sometimes I recorded some new spaces, etc., but you are the real expert. Sometimes I have the impression that we open the umbrella and tsunami is coming. So, and then the human species is very curious, because even though we increase our expertise to recognize, document, whatever, I have the impression sometimes we are just writing the epitaph of the Mediterranean as it was in the, so we know the ports may facilitate the diffusion, and we build more and more ports. The door was open with the canal, and we doubled the canal. Well, we don't change absolutely our socioeconomic model, and the warming, the global warming is going up, up, up. We keep overfishing the native predators, and then what we want to expect. So maybe we have to accept the idea. We have to do our best for sure to try to manage to whatever. But maybe we have to accept the idea that in the next future, our sea is going to be very different.
Yes. Yes.
So yesterday, Bella Khalil mentioned a relatively simple action to do. So to use the hypersaline waters coming from the desalination in plants to try to create a barrier to avoid the newcomers to come in the Mediterranean. If the Egypt don't accept to do something simple like this, to pay a little bit back, to the other countries in the Mediterranean, considering that I guess Egypt gets some money for every boats passing, ships passing through the canal. So if we don't do anything, but really strong, not just documenting that the Mediterranean is dying, if this is political level very high, where the governments have to do something real. Otherwise, you keep doing our job, saying, we have to do this recommendation. Nobody listened to us, as for many other fields, I would say. And then what we do. So.
Yes. Okay, the last question.
Thank you very much for your words, but I wouldn't like to write the epitaph of the Mediterranean. I would not like our generation and the younger generation, to be the last to see the animals that Aristophanes described in Historia Animalis. This is a very sad thing to think about. I think that we should really put all our force in the two-pronged thing. One, getting more knowledge, at the same time doing the reasonable management that we can do today. We can do today to enforce the already agreed upon ballast. We can do much better with biofouling, which we know is an important vector in the Mediterranean. We certainly can do much better with mariculture, which was barely mentioned in this meeting. And mariculture is a huge commercially important thing from north to south, from east to west. And I think that we can do much better on prevention generally. Usually, not usually, always, all the attempts in control and eradication inside the Mediterranean failed, from the Kaulerpa 35 years ago, and also we were extremely unsuccessful in doing control and eradication. And eating invasive species, believe me, is not the solution. We've been overfishing pennates and potunids in the Mediterranean, and believe me, the population doesn't come down, only increases. So the thing is prevention, prevention, prevention. And I would like to see us in RACSPA, which is our regional governance, or not governance, but instrument of cooperation, to come out with really a an assessment of the real action that can be taken across the Mediterranean, real assessment of the costs and the cost on one side, the economical cost on one side, and the environmental outcome if enacted on the other side, to see what is possible, what is practical, and disseminate it in the name of the scientific community into the wider legislational community that governs the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is fractured. So we need RACSPA to take the positions of the scientists and move it into the political and legislational world. And I hope that this will be one of the recommendations of this meeting.
Mr. Khalil, any comments, any recommendation?
Regarding what you said about the focus on what we can do in terms of management right now, prevention is a long-term goal. I think that something more immediate and more feasible at the moment is to focus on early detection and rapid response, because I think there are very few national plans that actually include very concrete early detection and rapid response protocols, and very specific because we need very specific allocation of resources and very specific allocation of jurisdictions. If we want to talk about feasible management options, and right now, this is something that in the medium term, in the next 5 years or so, it's much more feasible than prevention at the Mediterranean scale with this current rate of natural dispersal of existing species. So
all the pastor managers are most welcome. The only thing is that in the marine environment, the only successful cases of early detection and complete eradication happened in closed lagoons and in marinas. All others failed expensively. So if you are lucky and find it in a lagoon and without chances that repeated introduction, which are very common in the Mediterranean, then yes, absolutely go for it. It's very important. But to think that this is the panacea, it's not, because failure is much more common and almost absolute.
No, but nothing is a panacea, absolutely. But we're talking about, what is feasible, what are the steps that we can actually realize and, build little by little until we reach a point, hopefully, that we can effectively have prevention.
Mr. Khalil.
Thank you. Well, let me tell you that I'm not a scientist and neither a biologist. Well,
excellent manager.
So I will speak as such. Okay. So I really appreciated the exchanges between scientists and the people who are aware of the problems and the issues in the Mediterranean. And let me tell you that we rely on you to give us the proofs, scientific proofs, in order to prepare some arguments and convey a very strong message to our contracting parties based on the most well-known and scientifically established realities and factual conclusions. So we are not against to make Bella has talked about risk and cost analysis.
Mm-hmm.
What the action costs and what are the risk cost, and see what track and what way we have to. And I guess, well, I'm not I have another major field, so I can use my background to think about this. It's multidimensional and very integrated reasoning and equation and paradigm. So yeah, I hope we can do it. If you think we can do it, we should do it, because our mission is to be the link between the science proofs and the governance proposals and tracks. So I think that I was pleased with these thoughts and these exchanges, and we will do our best. Our team, our scientific and technical team is here, and we can promise that we take this very seriously, because the Mediterranean is suffering not only of non-indigenous species, but it's more complex than that. Pollution of all its kinds, solid, especially plastic, and wastewater, and heavy metals, everything, climate change, so overfishing, many things. So it's multidimensional threats. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the audience for the very interesting debate. As a conclusion, I can say that our Mediterranean is changing and very fast. So our destiny is to mitigate and to adapt. Please keep in mind that many non-indigenous species are dangerous and have a high risk for human health and for economic activities. So we need a strong network at the Mediterranean scale to early detect and these species, and we can act if we early detect these non-indigenous species. We can adapt and perhaps eradicate if it is at early stage. Thank you. Thank you for the audience and for this.
Thank you. So now we break for a coffee break. 15 minutes and we come back, we resume. We have a poster session. Okay. Okay. Can you take off your posters? So because we will leave just after the closing of the symposia. Yes. Okay, so we will start the last session concerning the poster, last miles in this series of symposia. So we will start by Ali Badruddin to talk about indigenous versus exotic, study of the fauna and flora associated with the vermeted reefs along the Lebanese coast. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Atif. Hello, everyone. So I will present a study based on the quantitative and qualitative analysis of the fauna and flora associated with vermeted reefs along the Lebanese coast. So I will focus on indigenous species versus non-indigenous species. First of all, it is important to note that the Lebanese coast is 400 kilometers from the Suez Canal. As everyone knows that it is like the main vector to introduce non-indigenous species from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea. I will give you like some numbers about how many indigenous and non-indigenous species we have, about some phyla, some groups. For example, for microphyta, 207 indigenous versus 29 non-indigenous. And for invertebrates, it's like 1,100 versus 165. So for the total, it's like for only these three phyla, we talk about fish, invertebrate, and microphyte, is 1,677 versus 266. So we are talking about 30% of the species are non-indigenous. And more species are continue to be discovered, as this Turboradiatus was identified first in the Mediterranean Sea from the Lebanese coast. Also, Stiblinus melanarius, it's like also a new species. Here I'm talking about only on the surface, so the mediolittoral. We didn't go like more deeper, like infralittoral or other. Here we can find more species. For our study, we use like 4 sites from the south to the north of the Lebanese coast, and we focus, of course, on the large vermeted reefs of the sites. And also we choose like a not impacted site, moderately impacted site, and impacted site. As methods, in fact, we did like collecting by using the destructive method, but we use like 10 centimeter quadrats to preserve and conserve the vermeted reefs. So this kind of thing should be studied. And after this, we did like a kind of sorting of the phyla to understand the genus. After, if we can, we go for the species. And we did this kind of analysis between indigenous and non-indigenous species. So the results. In fact, the main group concerning species and individual are the mollusks. We are talking about 30 species of mollusks, and 16 of them are non-indigenous. Concerning the number of individuals, as we can see, is like more than 10,000. And more than 9,000 of non-indigenous species. So here we are talking about a big number of this. Also if you go between sites, the difference between sites. In fact, in the number of species, it's normal because it's not impacted. So the number of species and the number of individuals should be like more in the site that are not impacted. But in fact, concerning the non-indigenous species, they are present on all the sites, but there is a difference between moderately and impacted, that the number of individuals of non-indigenous species are more in the impacted and moderately impacted. I will present here like some photos about the most abundant species. As you can see, like macroalgae, we have Stipopodium champeri, Galaxora rugosa, also Ganonema farinosum, Asparagopsis taxiformis. In general, Asparagopsis taxiformis is deeper, but now I can see it in the cuvette of the vermeted reef. Also, as chlorophyta, we have Ulva lactuca and Codium parvulum. This is a species that more abundant. And the toxic one, it's important to note, it's Stipopodium champeri, because I saw like in poster like outside that it is arrived and recorded in the Adriatic Sea, and this kind of species should be followed. Of course, we have the Brachydontes pharaonis. In Lebanon, we don't have any more Mytilus galloprovensis because Brachydontes takes the place. And also we have this patel, Selena rota. It is the yellow one, if you can see it. Of course, we have, if you go in the cuvette, we can find also some species that should be in the infralittoral, like for example, Goniobronchus, this kind of nudibranch, and the Scleractinaire, Oculina patagonica. Also, we have in the rock in general some polychaete sedentary. It is also invasive. It's called Spirobronchus crossi. And of course, Annelida, we have the Pseudoneris anomala and others. Concerning mollusk, we have Colomurex, Sericium, Ergalatax, also Elysia, especially in the impacted site. Here I have a video. I take the opportunity to show you a new problem in the Eastern Mediterranean, maybe in other countries of the Mediterranean, is the Echinoderma diadoma setosum. It is invaded our coast, so we can see it also in the shallow water of the vermicid reef. And around the species, we cannot see anymore any kind of living specimen, especially macroalgae are not here. It takes everything. And also the species is not like so small. We have big one, and it's like very, very dangerous because as I know, the spin can be very toxic. But something important that we did, we tried to take one sample and open it, and it can be eaten. So now we encourage like fishermen to catch it and to buy it. At the end, At the end, I want to thank first the SPARAC for founding and support every time this kind of study. And I want to say something, keep a big eye on the Eastern Mediterranean. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali. And now I call Hossein Bazeri to talk about the Marshika Lagoon, a coastal ecosystem at risk of bioinvasions on the Mediterranean coast of Morocco.
Thank you very much. This is an opportunity to share with you what is the picture in the coastal lagoon regarding non-indigenous species, namely the Marshika Lagoon, which is the only lagoon on the Mediterranean coast of Morocco. Well, it seems that we have, in terms of non-indigenous species, it seems that we are the last served. We confirm that in Moroccan coast, the Mediterranean coast of Morocco, we have not a lot of non-indigenous species, but surprisingly, since 2005, we started to record indigenous and invasive species. In this site, the Marshika Lagoon, till now we have 4 established non-indigenous species. They are namely the Bursatella mollusk, Bursatella leschii, that recent studies revealed that it's at least the population that is in the Marshika Lagoon is from an Atlantic origin and not like as it always considered that the species is deception species. Also it was first recorded in 2017. So many late before its first record in the Mediterranean Lagoon. This is the same case for the Atlantic blue crab, Calinectes sapodus, that we started to record in 2017. Although it's an Atlantic species, but we didn't have it. We started to record it in this lagoon many years before its first record in the Mediterranean. And now the species is, we recorded first in the Atlantic coast of the African Atlantic coast since 2019, and now it's thriving in many coastal areas on the Atlantic coast. So this is an example that confirms what Ernesto said yesterday, that maybe now that climatic barriers, because it's surprising. It was first recorded in the French Atlantic, but it have spread through the Mediterranean, and now it's spreading also through the the Atlantic coast of Morocco, and this becoming a nuisance species because it have an impact on the fishing activities in the areas. Also, there are two species, invertebrate crustacean species that are thriving in the lagoon, and they're becoming as pilot species, a leader species in the benthic communities in this lagoon. So our experience with, to conclude, our experience with non-indigenous species is recent. So less than 2 years, we start to see species in this spot that we consider that it could be a hotspot or at risk of, at least at risk of bioinvasion, and that needs to be monitored to understand the impact of these established species. Thank you very much.
And now I call Khulud Bouhali to talk about first data on the biology and dynamics of the American blue crab.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Khulud Bouhali from the University of Annaba, Algeria. I'm going to talk today about the first data on the biology and dynamics of the American blue crab, Calinectes sapidus, in Lagoon Mellah, Algeria, which reported for the first time in 2019 and confirmed her presence in 2021. During an annual cycle between February 2021 and February 2022, where I captured 525 species of Calinectes sapidus at a depth of is about 2.5 meters, measuring between 77 millimeter and 178 millimeter. This, the measurement made it possible to study the overall allometric relationship, the overall allometric relationship. Sorry. The overall biometric relationship linking different metric and mass characters. The results obtained obtained. Sorry, I'm so nervous because it's my first time. Thank you. So the obtained results show that the relative the obtained results show that Calinectes sapidus have a mean average of 73.1 millimeter and an average growth of 173.8 gram. And the relative growth, of length in relation to height, it's an allometric measurement. As a conclusion, I would like to say that this data will inform us about the future of the species, the study of the population studied, its impact on the environment, its future, its interaction, and its interaction with other species which share the same area. Thank you for your attention.
And now, Amani Shafai to talk about decorating behavior of the invasive crab.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amini Sheikh from the University of Tunis Manar, and the topic of my poster presentation is the decorating behavior of the invasive crab Libinia dubia in Tunisian waters. So the aim of this work is to look into possible geographic variation in masking behavior between the native and the invasive population of the species, since behavior is often plastic and therefore is one of the first states to adapt to new environments. First of all, I will present a brief overview on the species. So Libinia dubia is a Western Atlantic native crab naturally distributed from Cape Cod to southern Texas, including the Bahamas and Cuba. It was introduced to Mediterranean Sea in 1997 near the oil terminal of the region of Skhira in the Gulf of Gabes, southern Tunisian coasts. Since this date, the distribution of the species has limited to the Gulf of Gabes, and this spider crab has established a stable invasive population due to its large ecophysiological plasticity. On another side, Libinia dubia has caused the multi-level negative impacts in the invaded area. So to return to our study, we found that juveniles engaged that overall and in both sexes, juveniles engaged more in decoration compared to adults, with a preference for algae and seagrasses as decorative materials. Nevertheless, males of the invasive population showed higher mean percentage of carapace cava compared to the Atlantic population. Such behavior could be probably explained as an ecological strategy of adaptation in the new recipient environment. And to conclude, we can say that Libinia dubia from the Gulf of Gabes in Libinia dubia from the Gulf of Gabes, the decoration behavior decreases with ontogeny and shifts depending on the crab's age and gender. If you have any question, I'm available even out of the session. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Amani. And now we have Sahar Shaban for 3 posters. So the first one is about Tunis risk, assessing the risk of invasion for non-indigenous and cryptogenic species in the Marina of Tunisia. The second is the use of social media as citizen science tool for non-indigenous marine species monitoring in Tunisia. And the last one is continued expansion of the reception invade. Okay.
Thank you, Art. Thank you again. So this is related to the last presentation. The name of the project is Tunis Risk, as it is. It is about the NIS risk in Tunisia. I will go directly to the methodology and the results. The methodology is a rapid assessment survey, and it is a low-cost methodology. It is useful for the semi-quantitative estimation and monitoring of fouling and benthos-related needs. This work was carried out by 2 PhD students and 2 master students, and for 2 hours per Marina, and where we collect ropes or floating debris, or also we take from the walls of the Marina some samples, and we identify the species that we know and the species that we didn't know. We took pictures and sample, and we send it to the taxonomic experts for confirmation and for identifications. And some pictures also were taken under the electronic microscope, especially for the bryozoans, to confirm the identifications. For this species, a total of actually, we found many more species, but I just put the species that I am 100% sure of. So more or less 20 species. Colerpa schmidtia turbinata, we found it in just one location in Bizerte. Alophila stupulacea, Paralucilla magna, Pinctada implicata. And you can see all these species in the poster, it's still in the hall. After that, the 20 taxa were assessed using the ASISC and the full 50 questions. And this is the top 10 species that were highlighted by the ASISC. The BRA is, as I said in the presentation, it is the the base risk assessment, and the CCA, it is the relative with the climate change scenario. The numbers of the BRA and CCA, it is from -32 to 60. I'm sorry, I forget my phone. I put the notes there, the minimum to the maximum. And for the CCA, it is more than BRA because it is actually adding on the number. Yes. For our result, Portunis signis and the Calinectis species seems to, and also the Phycopomatus seems to have the more invasion behavior, because now they are not yet, no, they are actually classified as an invasive species. But with this, we confirm that they are an invasive species. I would like to conclude that this study is the first risk assessment on the coast of North Africa, and it may contribute to the informed management decision and the allocation of resource on NIS and the cryptogenic species. Thank you. Sorry. No, just one. Okay. Okay. So from the ASISC, I will jump to the new tool to monitor the non-indigenous species in Tunisia. The title of the poster is The Use of Social Media as a Citizen Science Tool for Non-Indigenous Marine Species Monitoring in Tunisia. A Facebook group was created in 2020 where we connect all the scientists and the stakeholders and the fishermen, divers, the people that go to the beach together in one group. And now we reach 38K person, where we exchange information about the sea, not only non-indigenous species, even about sea turtles, cetacean, illegal fisheries, complaints, absolutely anything. So the idea came, why not? Let's ask about a specific non-indigenous species of the people knows what they call it, because it is really important to know the name of the local name of the NIS. So we post on this, the methodology is posting in the morning a picture asking, what do you call this species? And we collect the information like the names and because the people even give more information than the name. And in the evening, we give another post with information about the NIS. So you give us you give us the name and you give us information, so we will give you more information. Here we will create a community. So the results, it's a list of 13 NIS, including all the Tunisian name. We found there are lots of names used for the NIS because it depends from the location of the person in Tunisia. And the good thing is it is it is here and it is documented now in a scientific place, so anyone can use it to do research. And also, we collected some nice information, for example, about the biology and ecology of the gneiss, where, for example, we found it in rocky habitat, we found it in sandy habitat. They give the scientific name. The 25% of all the comments were the scientific name, 32% the distribution of the species, and also some people get confused with the species. So here I get an idea, for example, which species you can get confused for a normal citizen. And also 7% of gastronomy information, like for example, this species is super good in a pasta. And some information also about the impacts of species. For example, this fisherman is super angry about the Alophila stipulacea because it cost him 3 hours of cleaning of his net. It is super important information, kind of. And also, for example, for the perchnon, that some people put it in aquarium because it is super pretty. And also for the lionfish, they didn't even know what is it. So here it is like a confirmation that it is here because it was recorded, but it is not yet established. So even give us information about the status of the non-indigenous species. And I would like to thank so much the community of Tunsi, because we are a volunteer 100%. We are scientists and PhD students, master students. We have a lot of work, but we sacrifice a lot of time to do such work. And also I would like to thank all the Tunsi people in the group for their motivation and support. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, for the last presentation, also it is data mainly from the citizen science too. Okay, it is about an Indian Ocean invader. It is Branchidonti Pharaonis. It was reported in Tunsi, so we said, okay, we have to investigate this. So we did 63 locations in situ survey in all the coastline of Tunisia. It is the the blue sky square here in all Tunisia, especially in Jerba. We collected lots. We went there a lot to inspect for the inspection, and we use also the citizen science as also complementary inspection. You can see the locations here. It is the blue square with the darker blue. And we also conduct a bibliography research on this species to see where it is, where exactly reported. As a result, we had 7 new locations where we confirmed that the gneiss, this gneiss is existing. It is a new record, kind of. And this species is present in 11 locations. And I would like to share with you this picture that it was taken by the authors of this manuscript, because I'm the second author. The first author, she couldn't come. Here you can see how this gneiss is really invading our rocky shore, and it is in a super. This is the Dream Island from Jerba. If you, I don't know if someone know it. So this is how it is now. And I would like to thank all the citizen scientists that here you can see their name, because they, when we called them to go to inspect the location, they really went there and they saw it, because here it is not only us. We did at the 36 location, but also an extra one, which is using the citizen science. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now I call Lucia Foresto. Can you bring your presentation, please?
Good morning. I'm Foresta Lucia, a master's student of the University of Pavia. I present a comparison among methods for the assessment of non-indigenous species in fouling communities. Since the Mediterranean Sea is considered one of the most invaded sea in the world, monitoring of a high-risk area in the Mediterranean Sea is recommended, but there is a lack of a common approach among European countries. So this study aims to compare 3 different methods suggested for baseline port monitoring in order to identify their advantages and limitations and suggest the most effective for NIS detections. In particular, we focused on sessile fouling macrofauna. The area of the study is the Marina del Fezzano in the Gulf of La Spezia in Italy. The methods that we compared were horizontal PVC panels, as in the protocol developed by the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center, placed under a brick, vertical PVC panels placed laterally to that brick, and scraping fouling assemblages within quadrant frames from vertical artificial substrata in snorkeling. All these methods involved a surface of 14 per 14 centimeters. Both vertical and horizontal panels were deployed at the end of April 2021 and retrieved in July, concurrently with the scrapes of vertical artificial substrata. In the pictures, you can see the panels after the withdrawn. So then all the samples were observed under a dissecting light microscope for the taxonomic identification. Then the biogeographical status of the species identified was analyzed to distinguish native cryptogenic species and the NIS species. And then multivariate statistics were based on presence absent data and were analyzed using the software primer. So we found 58 sessile taxa, including 9 NIS. And as you can see in the picture, with horizontal panels, we were able to detect 9 NIS, with vertical ones, 7 NIS, and with scrapings, 5. So the main NIS observed were Hydroides elegans, Celeporaria brunea, and Paraleucilla magna. And if you watch at the MDS diagram, which compares the samples collected with different methods, you can see a defined pattern that can be confirmed with the one-way Permanova analysis and the pairwise. So the comparison revealed a better performance of the CIRC method in detecting NIS, as well as the native sessile species. The downward horizontal position of the PVC panels favorites the settlement of fouling macrofauna, thus better performing than vertical ones. However, scrape sample reported additional taxa not observed in the panels. So the application of the 3 different methods allowed us to obtain a better descriptions of the fouling assemblages in Marina del Fezzano. So for the future, we recommend that similar tests should be done in other localities to confirm the preliminary results of this study. And we also suggest to standardize the most efficient method for a wide application in time and space. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lucia. And now I call Mrs. Bella Galil to present 2 posters.
We talked how bad Eritrean aliens are. Well, there's something that is even better. In the summer of 2020, when COVID was on us and I couldn't go sampling with a boat, I went sampling with my legs. And along the coast, I found what really amazed me. Those were fields of perna. And those dense fields were never described before from the Levant. I decided that we can study their population data and see how they spread. They were very dense. Some places had more than 8,000 individuals per meter square, respectable. And they were in the intertidal. Unfortunately, in the last week of, after taking the first sample in June, in the last week of July and the first week of August, we have an immense heat wave. The water temperature was 32 degrees and the air temperature was 36 degrees, and the low tide was in the middle of the day. They died. Okay, sorry. So they died, and directly at the end of the heat waves, I went and collected. There were no survivors as of August last year. I looked at the places, and the major areas where they were found were next to ports, so we think that they arrived as biofouling. But every story has an end, and this end says that a year later, which means this year, I went again to those places to see what replaced the perna that died off. And I found out that Brachydontes pharaonis, the ones that you heard just now, the Eritrean alien, reoccupied its earlier places in the intertidal, and the perna beds were replaced by Brachydontes beds. So every period is ending in another truce, and we keep longing because the seashore is changing, our sea is changing, old invader replace new invaders, and new invaders replace all invaders. We should keep looking and monitoring. Next one, please. Okay. Israeli national monitoring is absolutely worthless for documenting and monitoring non-indigenous species. Now, this is more than a national failure, because the Israeli coast in the southeast Levant is the canary in the mine shaft. The mine is the Mediterranean. Many of the Eritrean species are first recorded from the southeast Levant, and many times from the Israeli coastline. However, only a minority of them were documented for the first time from the national monitoring. Most of them came from fishermen, from professional and amateur, from underwater photographers, from members of the public who just stumbled over them. And this is not a way that the national monitoring should perform. The national monitoring in Israel was focused and is still focused on chemical pollution. So the places, the sites chosen are heavily polluted sites and not, well, natural, quasi-natural in the Mediterranean sites, as distant from pollution as possible. So we sample for the national monitoring in the wrong place, in the wrong time. For instance, the monitoring is not done during the night, and we know that a lot of important species in the benthos come out at night and are almost not there during, they're not operating during the daytime, not in the right season, and not in the right equipment. So we are missing a lot of the species. In fact, until Agnese Macchini, Professoressa Agnese Macchini came to Israel to conduct a workshop, there was no sampling within marinas. So we are missing a lot. This is not the way to do monitoring anywhere, and especially not in the Mediterranean, which could be the bell, the alarm bell for the Mediterranean. Just earlier in the discussion, we talked about the necessity for early detection. If you don't do detection along the Levant coast, you are missing the early detection for the entire Mediterranean. Anybody interested in more information of those? I'm happy to oblige on email. Thank you.
And now we will have a poster on non-indigenous species surveys and community assessment in Ravenna Harbor, Piazza.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alessandro Piazza, a master student of University of Bologna. And today I'll present the best result of a master thesis of Davide Iamonte. This thesis is about the non-indigenous species survey and community assessment in Ravenna Harbor based on short-term deployments of autonomous reef monitoring structure. So, as we well know, ports and marina are hotspots for non-indigenous species, and it's crucial to monitoring this environment to early detect new species. So what is ARMS and why you should use them? ARMS, as the name say, is a standardized protocol developed by Smithsonian University. And it's very interesting because it's an integrated approach that allowed you to make a photo analysis of the benthic community, of the sessile fraction, molecular analysis, and also morphological analysis at the stereo microscope. It's very important to use a standard protocol because it allows to compare data between different countries and different group of research. This protocol, we put the structure under 2 meter water, and we lay for 3 months. The structure, as you can see in the photo, is composed by 9 PVC panels of 22.5 per 22.5 centimeters. This project is a part of ARMS M-Bon, a network of marine biodiversity observation, European network. We study in Ravenna Harbor. Ravenna is one of the biggest seaports in Italy. We sampling in 2 sites, Marina and the harbor, in 2 different seasons, spring and summer. As I said before, we can do photo analysis. We perform photo analysis with the software photo code. We make 2 different photos for each panel, one for the top side and one for the bottom side. Next, we evaluate the coverage percentage with a grid of 400 shells. Moreover, we perform a morphological identification at the stereo microscope for the fraction, for the vagine fraction. As a result, you can see 2 different non-multidimensional scaling, one for the vagine community and one for the sessile community. As you can see, there's a clear separation of the sample between sites and season. We also perform a 2-way permanova analysis that show a significant difference between the 2 factors, site and season, and also for the interaction of the 2 factors. Overall, non-indigenous species are up to 20% in every season and in every site, as you can see the chart. And we detect 7 NIS, but the most interesting result is the new discovery, Schistosmeringo japonica. It's first time that we record in the Mediterranean Sea. Is a yellow sea native species. It's a polychaete of the family Darvellidae, and was spotted in Ravenna Harbor. But for the moment, we need more morphological and molecular analysis to confirm its taxonomy. And for more detail, we can talk later. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Alessandro. And now I call Muhammad Ali Labni to talk about assessment of the impact of the silver-cheeked toadfish.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Ali Labni. I'm from Tunisia. I want to present the assessment of the impact of the silver-cheeked toadfish, Lagocephalus hilariatus, on the northern Tunisian fisheries. So, Lagocephalus hilariatus was recorded in Tunisia since 2010. The occurrence of the species is alarming because it is threatening to human health if consumed. Investigation based on local ecological knowledge were carried out on the main port and landing point in northern Tunisia. A total of 60 interviews were conducted with local fishermen. So, the collected data showed that almost all fishers know about this non-indigenous fish and about it threatens to human health. A large percentage of fishes, okay, thank you. So, a large percentage of fishers believe that the species maintains negative interaction with fisheries, mainly artisanal fisheries and small-scale fisheries. It could cause nuisance because it damages fishing gear, mainly net and line net by attacking fish, can easily cut them using its strong teeth. Consequently, economic impact affecting particularly the reduction in the profitability of fishing operation due to the deterioration in the quality of the catches and therefore the reduction in their value, but also the cost of replacing damages part of the fishing gear were mentioned by some interviewed fishermen. Conclusion. As for the catch of Lagocephalus hilariatus, result of interview showed that the species is caught in single individuals, and that is present in low abundance in the study area. Further investigation are needed to have a clear idea on the impact of the invader in Tunisian coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. And now I call Petra to talk about first record of non-indigenous species brown algae in the Adriatic Sea.
So good morning, everybody. So my presentation is about first record of non-indigenous brown algae Stipopodium shimper in the Adriatic Sea.
So first, small introduction about Stipopodium schimperi. It's a brown alga of Indo-Pacific origin. It's Lesepsia migrant species. It occurs in Mediterranean in the early 1980s. And today it's common in the Eastern and Central Mediterranean. It's abundant in the Levantine coast. It occurs from the surface up to 45-meter depth. And in some locations, very invasive, it's considered invasive. So first, we discovered this species in September of 2020 in Komija Bay. It's on part of the Vis Island in the Central Adriatic Sea. So what we did from then, we did visual transects to conduct and to define abundance and spatial and bathymetry distribution. Then we collect some specimens for morphological and molecular analysis. And we did photo quadrats 50 by 50 centimeters to analyze the algal coverage. So the obtained specimens were very large, some of them like up to 40 centimeters, and the rest of morphological and anatomical characteristics were matched with the existing data. We found, for now, just sporophytes with spores, not yet gametophytes were recorded. And for DNA barcoding, we used three plastigenes and it shows high similarity to the Stipopodium schimperi obtained from the gene bank. So in situ, we observed the Stipopodium schimperi on the rocky bottom, primarily from 5 to 15 meters. And which is very surprising. The first year of when we discovered it in 2020, we found only about approximately 20 thalli. And in next year, in September 2021, we found thousands of thalli on the same area. And what we did this year, in June of this year, we took photo quadrats on the transect line of 100 meters on 10 meter depth. And we analyzed the coverage of the Stipopodium schimperi. It shows in the analysis that approximately 70% of the transect are covered with Stipopodium schimperi, with actually it's a shift from native infralittoral algae like Dictyota, Padina pavonica, Halopteriscoparia to the dominance of Stipopodium in this area. So to conclude, this population is first record for the Adriatic Sea, and also it's the most northern record for the Mediterranean Sea. The results indicate exceptional spreading dynamic and a strong invasive characteristic of Stipopodium in this area. And it suggests a high potential for further dispersion of these species in the Adriatic Sea. We believe that this could be the potential, the most invasive benthic non-indigenous species in the Adriatic. So thank you very much. And if you have more questions, I'm happy to answer.
And now is the turn to Ilaria Mancini to talk about the story of successful invasion Colerpus andresia in the marine protected area of Portofino.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Ilaria Mancini from the University of Genova. Today, I'm going to talk about the story of the successful invasion of Caulerpa cylindracea in the marine protected area of Portofino. The green alga is one of the worst invasive species in the Mediterranean Sea. It reached the Ligurian Sea in 1996, and its presence remained mostly restricted to anthropized areas until 2008, when it was first finding also in the marine protected area of Portofino, especially on biodetritic bottoms. A yearly monitoring activity between 2017 to 2012 to 2017 showed that it was widespread between 1 meter to 45 meter depth. Here we report on a second monitoring period between 2017 to 2021 in order to see whether the alga has somewhat receded after the first bloom or has remained similarly abundant as in the previous period. Cover data were estimated visually by scuba diving between 1 meter to 45 meter depth, and all the data were then analyzed, taking into account two different depth range, the infralittoral zone between 1 meter to 20 meter, and the circalittoral zone between 21 meter to 45 meter depth. The information obtained during the second monitoring activity confirmed that the alga has remained roughly as abundant as in the previous period. However, different trends between infralittoral algal communities and circalittoral coralligenous communities were apparent. As we can see in the graph, in the infralittoral zone, the alga exhibited little intra and interannual variability, passing from a cover values of 4% in 2008 to reach 12% in 2017, and then remaining around this figure until 2021. In the circalittoral zone, its cover showed more variable cover trends within and among years, and tended to decrease over time. In fact, it passed from 21% in 2008 to 15% in 2017. And notwithstanding wide interannual variability, its cover returned to a value of 15% in 2021. A reduction of its cover was observed at all depth in 2019 due to a severe storm, the severe storm that occurred in 2018. Although primarily designed to manage fisheries, MPAs have been proven to be capable to improve the health status of benthic habitats. Nonetheless, our results shows that the protection regime of Portofino MPA has been ineffective in keeping reef communities in such a state of health as to enable them to prevent biological invasions. In fact, in only 13 years, the alga has colonized the entire area and is now fully established on the rocky reef of Portofino MPA. So long-term monitoring indeed remains the only way to illustrate the naturalization trend of Caulerpa cilindrata and its consequences on native communities of Portofino MPA. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And now I call Intisar to talk about monitoring marine alien fauna in marine of Gamart, Bay of Tunisia.
Good morning. My name is Intisar Nasri. I'm a PhD student in Faculty of Science of Tunis. I have the pleasure to share with you a part of my thesis about monitoring marine alien species in touristic port of Gamart with CERC protocol. As we know, Marina represents a hotspot of non-indigenous species. Actually, artificial strata like biwa, hulls, floating plantains, aquaculture line favor the introduction introduction and establishment of these species. In the last decades, the fooling study of NES has been increased considerably using a different technique like rapid assessment, survey, scrapping, quadrate, settlement, etc. However, it's better to use a standard protocol in order to homogenize, to quantify, and to compare the introduction of these species in different parts in Marina. In this context, the aim of this study is to assay during 1 year a standard protocol developed by Smithsonian Environmental Research Center. This protocol has been used in Italy, in Mediterranean, and in the southern coast, it's our first time. We have been started by Marina Gamard, one of the most busiest marina. This protocol has been started in March 2019 with 36 PVC plates were immersed in 9 stations. The plates are retrieved and observed under dissecting microscope for taxonomic identification of sessile invertebrate. This protocol allowed us to identify 10 NES, with 5 are reported for the first time in Marina of Tunisia, namely Seona robusta, Bugula stellonifera, Wattasipora subtorcata, Wattasipora arcuata, and Botriloid sp. The highest number, the species richness varied between 6 to 10 species in each plate, with the highest number was observed during September. Wattasipora subtorcata and Hydroid elegans were the most abundant species in our sampling. The abundance of 1 or 2 species has been observed in several studies using the same protocol. In conclusion, CERC protocol seems like a good method for sampling NES. It's rapid for early detection, quantitative and specific technique. It could provide a sample option to gain standardized and quantitative for NES. Thank you for your attention.
Bravo. Okay, now I call Alessandra Morini to talk about alien on our doorstep, the case of the Ligurian macrofauna.
Good morning, everyone. I am Alessandra Morini from University of Genoa, and my poster is about the alien species of the Ligurian macrofauna. The monitoring of non-indigenous species is one of the topics included in the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. And for the Ligurian Sea, the sampling activity is carried out by ARPAL under the coordination of ISPRA. The study areas are the commercial harbor of Genoa and the harbor of La Spezia. Macrofauna is collected twice a year on soft bottoms using a van grab and on hard bottoms with the scrape squares. Then collected samples are sorted and identified to the lowest taxonomy level by University of Genoa. Those are the results from the 2021 campaign on hard bottoms. We collected 3 alien species on hard bottoms that are already known for the Mediterranean Sea. The first is the marine isopod, Paranthura japonica, that we found really high in abundance, both in Genoa and La Spezia. The second is the polychaete, Branchioma luctuosum, that covered the 7% of the hard bottoms in Genoa and the 12% of hard bottom in La Spezia.
The third is the calcareous sponge, Paraleucilla magna, that colonized the artificial plastic banners that had been posed as a pilot project in Genoa harbors. So in conclusion, Paranthropea japonica showed the highest abundance reported so far on Genoa hard bottoms and resulted the most common vagile species on our samples. All the three NIS reported have reached a stabilized population in the Mediterranean Sea, and they seem perfectly adapted to the Mediterranean conditions. We didn't find any aliens on soft bottoms, and neither did we discover the new Mediterranean alien species. So we hope that at least for the macrofauna, the Ligurian Sea is still quite preserved by NIS invasion. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Filippo Picardi to talk about marine invasive species and fishery in the Venice Lagoon and the Northern Adriatic Sea.
Hi everyone, I'm Filippo Picardi from the University of Padua. Today I will show you something different because I will show you my PhD project that started in January, and it deals about marine invasive species and fishery in the Venice Lagoon. But why marine invasive species in the Venice Lagoon? Because during the last 2 decades, the lagoon is being threatened by 2 major invasions. The one carried out by the Atlantic blue crab Calinectes sabitus, and the other one carried out by the sea walnut Meniopsis lady. And why fishery? Because during the surveys and so on, local artisanal fishery that use the most sustainable type of fishing gear, that is the fike net, asserted a great concern about these 2 invasive species because they said that nothing is done to manage and control them. Their cultural heritage that they inherit will be totally lost. So the aim of the project is to develop together with fisher a shared strategy to mitigate the efforts of those 2 invaders. To do that, I chose a quite ambitious approach because it's a multidisciplinary approach to develop in those 3 years that envelop laboratory experiments from both behavioral and ecological point of view, time series analysis of the 2 landings records of 2 fisheries that are present in the Venice Lagoon, one based in Chioggia and the other one based in Burano, a field monitoring every year, every season, the use of the LIK, the local ecological knowledge, thanks to a strict collaboration with the for 3 years with the Società Cooperativa San Marco Pescatori di Burano, that is one of the oldest fishery present in Italy. And last but not least, at the end of my PhD project, a socioeconomic analysis will be done to assert the economic impact by those invasive species and also the social impacts. And those are the posters, those are my contacts. If you have any question, curiosity or something else, you can find me there. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, we have a colleague online. She has to present her poster because she has another urgent thing to do. So, Khadija, are you online?
Yes.
Okay, can you share your screen, please?
It's okay?
No, not yet. Yes, now yes. So you can go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm UNEP Ben Amr Khadija, marine biodiversity researcher from Tunisia. I'm very happy to meet you, even from a distance. My poster is entitled "A Common Record of the Non-Indigenous Barnacle Amphibalanus eberneus associated with the loggerhead sea turtle Caretta caretta in Tunisian waters." In a prospecting campaign with the framework of a project on made bycatch in September 2021, a female of loggerhead sea turtle Caretta caretta were accidentally captured alive by trawler in Mahdia waters at a depth of 140 to 200 meters. On this female, 50 specimens of barnacles are mainly associated on tracks. These barnacles belong to two different species, the native one, Chelonibia testudinaria, and the non-indigenous one, Amphibalanus eberneus, with 20 specimens, of which 15 individuals are adults. Indeed, the invasive potential of the family of the Balanidae family is well known, with an important number of alien species found globally, several of which have adverse effects on native ecosystems by competing for space and food and contributing to biofouling on ships and anthropogenic structures. To conclude, the present record constitutes the first sighting of Amphibalanus eberneus on turtles in Tunisian waters and elsewhere, and the presence of juveniles suggests that the successful establishment of this species in the area. Several hypotheses concerning the possible vector transporting of this seriped to Tunisian waters will be discussed. Finally, I wish to express my warmest thanks to SPARAC for giving us the opportunity to attend this symposium even from a distance, and to the organizing committee for their serious and professional commitment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Khadija. And now, Federica, to talk about preliminary results of the effect of, on a small scale fishery. So I'm so tired.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Federica Poli from the Genoa Marine Center of the Zoological Station Antondor. Today, I'm going to present you a project that we did in the Venice Lagoon with the University of Padua that include the master thesis of Filippo that talked before. So, Mneniopsis lady is listed among the 100 most invasive species in the world. It's native to the West Atlantic coast and it's spreading in the Mediterranean Sea via ballast waters. Few recent works are focusing on lagoons and transitional waters because these are really important biodiversity hotspots that support several ecosystem services, but also being highly productive environments, they may fuel the spreading of invasive species. The Venice Lagoon is the biggest Mediterranean lagoon, and here the first bloom of Mneniopsis has been recorded in 2016. So what we did was trying to provide a first large-scale assessment of Mneniopsis' presence over time and also of its impacts on the small-scale fishery of the lagoon, that it's one of the most important socioeconomic resources there. Biomass data of Mneniopsis lady does not exist for this region, nor any data also about spatial abundance. So what we did was combining complementary data sources. First, we interviewed the fishers to collect their ecological knowledge about the first occurrence and then the impacts this species is having. Second, we did a time series analysis of lagoon fishery landings, including in the model the lagoon water temperature as a potential influencing factor. Finally, in 2019, we did a field sampling, boarding with the fishers to quantify directly within the nets the presence of Noniopsis lady. So to make a long story short, fishers in the interviews identify 3 periods of the spreading of Noniopsis lady as absence since 1997 to 2009, presence till 2014, and then bloom. These time frames perfectly matched the statistical clusters that we obtain from the fishery landings analysis of the 5 most important target species by fishery in the lagoon. Moreover, we found that across the periods of absence, presence, and bloom, temperature significantly increased by 2 degrees with a positive relationship with the landings. However, overall, the fishery landings of the lagoon decreased up to 40%. During the field sampling, we found that more than 50% of the nets were completely filled by Nemiopsis and often completely clogged, so that fishers had to release the catches back in the water because they were not able to board the nets. So to wrap up our results, we confirmed that increased temperature favors the proliferation of Noniopsis lady that mechanically impedes fishing activities in the lagoon. The significant decline that we found in fishery landings corresponds to Noniopsis periods of absence, presence, and blooms identified by both the fishers and the statistical clusters. We want to highlight how the consistencies of our outcome is supported by the fact that using multiple data sources, we overcome the intrinsic limitation that each single approach could have. Overall, there are further steps that needs to be done in the research, as studying the spatial distribution and long environmental gradients. Most of all, we need to collect this information to build up a management tool that is really efficient in the area. So thank you for staying till the end. And if you have any further question, you can ask me or Filippo.
Thank you, Federica. So is Mar Santos Simon here? Can you bring your yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mar. I come from the University of Pavia and the University of the Basque Country. And today I wanted to briefly show you part of our work done on the effectiveness of different anti-fouling strategies in the recreational boating sector. Since we've already heard some presentations, I will try to keep the introduction short and just remark that recreational boats are one of the major vectors of introduction of NIS through the biofouling of the hulls, which are unfortunately largely unregulated. In this context, to avoid it, different solutions have been developed, and among those, we can find the and anti-fouling coatings, normally accompanied with maintenance. In our case, there are different typologies, and here I'm going to talk to you about the foul release coatings, which are the alternative to the traditional biocide-based coatings. I will refer to the foul release coatings as FR and BC for the traditional biocide ones. Our goal was to assess the effectiveness of two different paint typologies, simulating in a manipulative experiment the maintenance practices followed by boaters in order to obtain different typologies of anti-fouling strategies. To do so, we followed the protocol of the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center, but we modified it for our purpose by attaching treated panels to a brick. Here you can see the experimental design that we followed with the two paint typologies and the controls. Some of the panels were periodically cleaned while others were left untouched. After that, panels were submerged for 3 months and 9 months, corresponding to T1 and T2 respectively. After that, the panels were brought to the lab and analyzed for coverage and species identification. And here we can see some of the results that we got, always from the sessile component of the communities. The first graph is the NMDS corresponding to the community analysis, while the figure 4 is the percentage coverage found in each of the treated panels. We can see clearly that in both graphs, panels treated with traditional BC coatings, so significant differences regardless the maintenance with any other treatment. But this only happened in the short term. However, after longer submersion periods, this becomes unclear and the results get blurred. FR coating, so similar patterns as controls. And if we go a bit more in detail into the community composition, we found a total of 52 species, out of which 9 were NIS. And among the total species, we found some species that were known to be resistant to biocide coatings. This goes in line with the fact that only maintenance was effective in controlling the presence of NIS in our panels. And we can conclude with all these results that traditional BC paints only work in the short term, and there are species that show resistance, that FR samples, even if they follow the same pattern as controls, they fall off easily and they can be a good alternative, and that maintenance alone reduces the total NIS presence, but if not combined with any other treatment, fails to reduce the total biofouling community. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Matt. Now I call Giovanni to talk about population dynamics of the Pacific species Parantura japonica.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Giovanni Scribano from the University of Pavia, and I'm going to present our work on the population dynamics of Parantura japonica in a Mediterranean site. This is Parantura japonica, is a Pacific isopod native to the Okhotsk Sea. And one of the few things we know about it is that based on the morphology of its mouthparts, it's a predator. So keep in mind, it's small, but it's also dangerous. As I was saying, it came from the Okhotsk Sea, which is enclosed between the freezing shores of Siberia and the Kamchatka Peninsula. And so the native conditions are pretty different from the Mediterranean ones. But in the last decades, it came to the Mediterranean and started a silent conquest of our marinas, and is now present in all the Mediterranean sectors. So, based on this information, we decided that it was worth studying its population dynamics in a recently invaded site, which is the Marina di Ragusa touristic harbor in southern Sicily. And in order to do so, we used artificial butt sponges as standardized sampling units in order to collect individuals of Parantura japonica every 2 weeks for a whole year. So we collected more than 1,400 individuals, and we assigned them to a sex class and size class. And we gathered some interesting results. Due to our time constraints, this is the only result that I'm going to present for now. You can see the line above is the trend temperature during the year in Marina di Ragusa, while the line below is the mean abundance of Parantura japonica in the harbor. And as you can clearly see, the species is present throughout the year, but reaches its maximum densities, in fact, its maximum abundance during summer, where the main reproductive events take place. So it was pretty unexpected findings, considering that this species has supposedly evolved in a very cold environment. So the take-home messages are that the population in Marina di Ragusa touristic harbor is well established and persistent throughout the year, and its positive response to temperature during the summer was really unexpected. And therefore, it's logical to conclude that this species is well adapted to the new temperate Mediterranean conditions. And once again, I want to stress out the need for more data on the species ecology, behavior, and life traits in order to investigate the possible effects of this species and species like Parantura japonica on native communities, but also to create a sort of an identikit of possible future invaders. So that's all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Giovanni. Some technical problem. Okay, I call Emna Sophie to present her poster to take time to fix some technical issue.
Okay, thank you, Atif. So, good morning, everybody. I am Emna Soufi from the National Agronomic Institute of Tunisia. And first, I would like to thank the SPARAC for this opportunity and also for this successful symposia. So this work deals with a preliminary study dealing with a special expansion of the Red Sea mussel Brachydontes pharaonis. So in fact, recently, beds of this mitchellid species were found on the rocky assemblages of the Tunisian southern lagoon shores. This species is one of the first invaders to the Mediterranean, and it was mentioned, it was observed in Tunisia at first time in 2030. And since then, it remained rare enough. So after it expanded a lot in the Tunisian, as it was shown, in the Tunisian shores. But it is worth mentioning that the southern Tunisian lagoon is used to be a receptacle of wastewater of all Tunis city and also a discharge causing major eutrophication problems and environmental disequilibrium. Since its ecological restoration and rehabilitation, the environmental situation and the ecological situation improved, and which made also this lagoon made it to be a part of a complex, of a lagunar complex with important marine influence. Also, in the Tunis southern lagoon, the native Mytilus gallo-provincialis mussel used to be very abundant and also was exploited by fishermen and with important economical value. And also we can say that the good trophic conditions of this lake since 2001 allowed this abundance of Mytilus gallo-provincialis. As for the study area as methods, and 20 stations were investigated in both sides of the lagoon, or the Tunis southern lagoon, during campaign in April, two campaigns in April 2022, and the shores were prospected and also the coordinates were picked up in order to estimate the in-situ coverage, 50 centimeter quadrate in replicates were used, and on the rocky shores, and images were treated by the ENVI software in order to estimate the coverage and the densities. Concerning the socioeconomic study, 32 fishermen were face-to-face interviewed, essentially experienced fishermen that used to fish since the early 80s till now in the Tunis southern lagoon, but essentially after its rehabilitation. So these interviews were conducted face-to-face. As results, we can say that this preliminary study puts the emphasis on the large expansion and the important densities of Brachydontes pharaonis, all in all rocky shores of the Tunis southern lagoon. In fact, the densities were very important in some sites, and it reached 19,000 individuals per square meters. Also, the size structure was studied and revealed that all cohorts were present. From the tiniest one, 2 millimeters, as we can see here, to the biggest one, 35 millimeters of total shell length. And with the dominance of large individuals of 20 millimeters. Concerning the socio-economic study survey, it revealed that these fishermen said that they had a loss for their income since they're used to exploit economically Mitulus garoprovincialis, which is of economic values for them. They witnessed a decline of their income and also an eradication of Mitulus, of the native mussel Mitulus galloprovincialis. Also, when we investigated rocky assemblages, we had found no Mitulus galloprovincialis during our study. Also, it is important to point out that for fishermen, they don't know a lot about Brachydontes pharaonis, but they told us that the seeds could no longer grow up because of the pollution, but they don't know that it is another species. Some of them, very few, 1 or 2 of them, said that it's the most experienced that it's a new species, and it's no longer the Mitulus galloprovincialis. We can say at the end, so maybe there is a displacement of the native and economically valuable Mitulus galloprovincialis, but as it was said, it's present now, but we don't know what will be the structure, is essentially after the heat waves in Tunisia, and we don't know if it will resist or it will be replaced by another species. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emna. And now I call Sarah Benzaglem to talk about parasite of alien fishes.
Okay, sorry for this situation. I'm Sarah Benzaglem. I'm Sarah Benzaglem, staff member in Tripoli University and staff member in national team, national biodiversity team. My presentation today, it's about parasite of alien fishes, Sphaerina flavicoda and Sphaerina chrysitania in western coast of Libya. As we know, the non-indigenous species or alien species has caused an impact on the Mediterranean Sea, like a lot of things, like change of biodiversity, competition, poison species, accompanying with parasite. For that, or therefore, the aim of Therefore, the aim of this study is to investigate whether parasite combined with alien fishes come from the origin area, means Red Sea, or the native have found a new host in the Libyan coast. Material and method. Fishes were collected from the western coast of Libya, and the parasite examination was carried out according to HEL 2019. Result and conclusion, 7 parasite species have been found in the both fish and species. Total of 100 different individuals of parasite have been collected. The rate of infection in Sphaerina flavicoda and Sphaerina chrysitania were 46% and 32% respectively. The highest prevalence was in the Diplectonium kazaxi, and the lowest was in the Contrasecum type 3 for Sphaerina flavicoda. The highest prevalence in the Sphaerina chrysitania was in Halarcos species with kind of mites, and the lowest was in the Diplectonium dananki. The last point and the important one, the non-indigenous species, Diplectonium kazaxi and the Diplectonium dananki, which is monogenean, have been found in these fishes. Okay, thank you for your listening.
Thank you. And now I call Antti to talk about the top 3 alien macroalgae invader in Croatia in 2022.
Hello to everyone. It seems that I'm the last one, yeah?
No.
I'm not, okay. So there are more than 20 alien macroalgae recorded up to now in Croatian part of the Adriatic. They demonstrated different invasive behavior over the time. For example, Caulerpa taxifolia was one of the most invasive and then mysteriously disappeared. So to find the top 3, we considered situation in the last 1 year, based on a very extensive field work, based on the knowledge about biology, ecology, and impact of those species, and expert judgment finally. So the number 1 is Caulerpa cylindracea, first recorded in 2000. Today it's present almost everywhere, from 0 till 55 meters. On 55 we found it by drop-down cameras, affecting all types of substrate, including sessile organism, with a very high density, with more than 1 kilometer and 500 meters of creeping stolon on the substrate. In last year, we were very surprised with exceptionally dense colony in circalittoral sandy bottoms and also in Coralligenous. Also, in literature, you will find that it is spreading by ballast water, but for sure it's not the case in Adriatic. It is spreading by currents, especially in this time of year in autumn. It's perfectly floating, and any storm can take it for more than 10 or maybe 100 kilometers. The second species is Acrotamnium impressi, found 2008 in Dubrovnik, and today we know it for the Dubrovnik area and National Park Kornati. In Dubrovnik area, today it's present from, let's say, 5 to 30 meter depth. It formed extremely dense colony on the rhizome of Posidonia oceanica, almost no free rhizome you can find in 30 kilometers of coastline around Dubrovnik, so dramatically changed the biodiversity. Even we still didn't find the precise number of decrease of biodiversity epiphytic algae on the rhizome. We can for sure say that it is a huge biodiversity change and decrease. And number 3, what Petra said, recently 2 years ago, we found Stipopodium schimperi. In a wider area of island of Vis, we found about 50 tali, and in 2 years on those transects, they are covering almost 100% of the bottom from 5 to 15 meters, but you can find it all even deeper. So it is exceptionally spread, local spread of one alien species. Also, when it covers 100%, it is eliminated 100% of native erect species. So we believe that Stipopodium schimperi might soon become the worst invasive species in Croatia if it continues to spread. It will be really a nightmare. Just one add, if we consider our the worst tree and additional Vomerstella cetacea and Lophopladial allemondi. They don't support the biotic resistant hypothesis at all because they are proliferating vigorously in a really, really pristine area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ante. So now we have 3 presentations online, and it is the turn to Gemma to talk about exploring disgorgement risk of mobile epifauna during vessel transport. Gemma, are you online?
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you share your screen, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Please let me know if you can see my poster in full screen.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm Gemma Martinez from University of Seville in Spain. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk today about our work. My poster is entitled Exploring Dislodgement Risk of Mobile Epifauna During Vessel Transport. We decided to carry out this research for multiple reasons. First of all, biofouling is responsible for the establishment of approximately half of the non-indigenous species in, of the half of the established non-indigenous species in coastal waters nowadays. Then we know that a preventive approach is always preferable and more effective. So it is a good idea to give a special attention to the early phases of the invasion process, like the vessel transport phase. And finally, because there is some literature available about how sessile fouling species resist this phase, but not so much about mobile epifauna due to the difficulty in working with these animals. So we think this can be a valuable contribution. Let me zoom this. Okay, so in order to explore the response of mobile epifauna to this process, we simulated a recreational vessel trip in the laboratory in which we exposed some caprelid crustaceans to a continuous water flow at 30 kilometers per hour during 30 minutes. We had a look at the risk of dislodgement of a native species, Caprella labiuscula, in comparison to an invasive species, Caprella mutica, both of them inhabiting the same Marina environment. We also checked if different levels of substrate complexity could protect this epifauna during the vessel transport. And finally, we performed some behavior experiments to see what was the natural tendency to explore of both species. Okay, so moving to the results. Okay. Actually, we found out that the invasive species did not have an advantage just in terms of resistance to hydrodynamic stress. This is time exposed to water flow, and this is the probability of remaining attached. So actually, it was the native species, the one that had a stronger grip with the substrate during the simulation. Instead, the probability for the invasive species to overcome this simulated trip highly depending on the complexity of secondary substrate. So when we added hydroids and mussels, actually the probability of success increased from 7% to 65%. So this actually proves that basibionts or secondary substrate can act as a refuge for invasive epifauna during the vessel transport. We also discovered that the invasive species actually had a significantly higher tendency to explore the surroundings. So it remained less time resting it covered a bigger distance when crawling on the experimental plate, and it had a higher probability of departing from the experimental plate and just start swimming into the water column. So this set of behaviors can actually confer an advantage during the later stages of the invasion process, like colonization, establishment, or spread in the recipient environment. So in the light of these results, we consider that a rank 3 level of fouling, which is small patches of macrofouling, actually already incur a risk of for biosecurity. And then they should be removed before the vessel departs to a new destination. These small patches of macrofouling can easily or will most probably harbor these non-indigenous mobile epifauna species as well, making them perfectly capable, as you see here, of resisting the vessel transport phase, even for species that have low resistance to hydrodynamic drag. So that's all. If you have any questions, feel free to message me. Let me just zoom my email. I'm not sure if you can see it in the screen. Well, it's here, martinezlive@us.es. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Gemma. And now we have another online presentation, Alessandro Tarullo, to talk about port, environmental gradient, and non-indigenous species. Alessandro, you are online?
Yes.
Can you please share your screen?
Yes. Can you see?
Yeah, put it in presentation mode, please. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alessandro Tarullo from University of Bologna, and I will present the poster with the title Port Environmental Gradients and the Non-Indigenous Species. Sorry. Ports are among the most studied environments in the context of non-indigenous species, as maritime traffic is one of the main ways of spreading these species. But only recent studies have also begun to analyze recreational boating and the internal characteristics present in this place in relation to the diffusion and the settlement of non-indigenous species. And the port of Ravenna consists of a main canal port called Candiano and 11 kilometers long. And it is characterized by urban surface water drainage, civil and industrial wastewater discharge, and relative high tides. This feature generates a strong environmental gradient by modifying the salinity and pollutant concentration, which are relevant in the Nice settlement and the recreation. For this reason, an analysis was carried out on the benthic communities present on the concrete ways along the canal. The studies was conducted on 6 sites along the canal over a 3-year period, and sampling was carried out in May. A total of 55,311 individuals belonging to 67 taxa were sampled. Of this taxa, 56 were identified at the spatial level and 11 were NIS. Most of the non-indigenous species found have been present in the Mediterranean for more than 50 years, those marked in red. The others are more recent. Those marked in green, Paranthula japonica and Yaniropsis ricaudis, are the most recent reports dating back to 2005 and 2012 respectively. The analysis highlighted the presence of an environmental gradient given not only by abiotic factors such as the water current velocity and the PB concentration, but also by the exchange of the 2 habitats species along the canal. In fact, in the outermost part, we find the native mussel Mytilus provincialis, while in the innermost part, the invasive mussel Xenostrobus sicuris. The non-indigenous species abundant present in the canal port increase in the innermost part, where they easily resist to the difficult condition present there, probably facilitated by the presence of beds of invasive mussel sicuris. Will it be because of an initial meltdown? For this further analysis, will be necessary to better evaluate the interaction between the invasive mussel and other non-indigenous species. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Tarun. And now we have the final presentation from Mohammed Murad Ben Amr on additional occurrence of common lionfish in the northern Tunisian coast. Murad, are you online?
Good morning, Kataf. I'm online.
Okay. Could you please share your screen?
Okay. Sorry.
We don't see your screen.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Murad Ben Amr. I am a researcher from National Institute of Science and Technology of Sea of Tunis. Today, we present an additional occurrence of common lionfish Pteris milis in the northern Tunisian coast. The record of common lionfish Pteris milis from the Tunisian coast confirmed the occurrence of this species in the northern Tunisia. This is the second reported capture of Pteris milis in northern Tunisia and the northmost observation in the country. In the Mediterranean Sea, the lionfish was first detected in July 1991 by Golani and Sonin, who identified it as Pteris milis. Despite this appearance of the species, no further observation were made until 2012, when two new Pteris milis specimens confirmed by molecular analysis were recorded by Barish et al. In 2013. In Tunisia, recent finding in the Gulf of Tunis in 2015 indicate that two specimens of lionfish were recorded for the first time in northern Tunisia by UNEP Ben Amr and Rana. The first specimen was captured in June 2015 in the waters around Zimbra Island in the Gulf of Tunis by Guinness in size on sandy bottom at the depth of 5 meters. The second fish was photographed by a diver also in Cabon in the Gulf of Tunis in September 2015 in the similar habitat and very shallow water. In this study, in the wake of collaboration with Tunisian fisher and especially regard to investigation concerning local ectofauna, we were informed that a specimen of Pteris milis was captured in 21 October 2020 by trammel nets of Rasich Bell in the west of the Gulf of Tunis at a depth about between 18 and 22 meters on rocky bottom, particularly covered by seagrass and algae. The Tunisian Pteris milis measured 225 meters in total length and weighted 125 grams. It was identified according to Golani and Sonin and Baricial 2013. Other authors assigned the Pteris milis to reception migration. Therefore, the most suitable hypothesis is that this species had entered the Mediterranean from the Red Sea through the Suez Canal. The occurrence of lionfish displayed negative effect by decreases recruitment of species in the area, mainly those having economic interest. These records are not sufficient to state that the species is established in the area. And of course, further research is needed to verify if this invasive species has established a permanent population along the northern Tunisia coast. They should be regularly monitored in order to avoid negative impact on the local environment and economy. That's all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Murad.
Thank you.
So this was the last presentation. So we can take 5 minutes in order to allow the committee to finalize the evaluation, and we come back for the awards. Thank you. 5 minutes, not more. Okay, colleague. So can you have a seat? We reach the end, and we need to conclude the second edition of the Mediterranean Symposium on NIS. But before, I would like to call the members of the scientific committee: Ernesto Azzurro, Ismail Shakman, Mrs. Jamila Benswisi, and Marika Galinidi. So now it became a tradition. So come to the podium. We have a recognition award for you.
So we will proceed to the delivery of the awards to the members of the scientific committee. So we will start with ladies, of course. So the first one is discerned to Mrs. Jamila Benswisi.
Thank you.
As a very symbolic and simple testimony for your efforts and for the quality of your contribution. Thank you. If you want to say
something. Thank you for SPARAC for giving us this opportunity to exchange experience and debate challenge facing the Mediterranean Sea. Thank you very much to SPARAC.
Thanks a lot, Jamila. Marika Galinidi. Thank you, Marika. Same thing. It's a very symbolic, just to have a little souvenir from this nice event.
And I'd like to thank also SPARAC for the opportunity to be more actively involved in this symposium. And I would like to thank all of the scientists who participated for your insights and your contributions and in the discussions of how to move forward on the subject of alien species. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marika.
Ismail Shakman.
Mr. Ismail Shakman, thanks a lot for your input and for your effort and the quality of your contribution. Thank you very much. Very simple gift.
I would like to express my thanks to the organization committee and the scientific committees, and special thanks to for all the participants in this symposium. Special thanks to Mr. Atif for his hard work, and all of the colleagues and friends in the expo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ismail. And last but not least, Ernesto Azzurro. Thank you for your leadership and for your very nice organization and material, scientific material for this symposium. This is a very simple gift, but you will take it along with you as a souvenir from our nice gathering.
Thank you, Kali. Thank you, Atif. Thank you so much to RAXPA. That will be hanging in my office, of course. I have to thank you 2 times. Of course, you invited me to this conference. This is becoming a tradition for us, but also for keeping alive the Mediterranean scientific community. We don't have many opportunity to see each other, and I think we during the last days, again, understood how much is important to work together, to collaborate, especially in this period of rapid environmental and political, socio-ecological transformation we are facing. So I really believe in the deep of my side that this is the way to, well, to do our best to contribute to understand what is going on and possibly to do something for the environment and for the other people. Thank you very much again for everything.
Thank you very much. You're all doing a lot already.
So, and now the award for the best oral presentation goes to Federica Gazzola.
Just to make it clear, these awards are for youth. And our intention is to encourage young researchers. So it's not the award of all the presentations, but it's the award of the young presenters. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for these recognitions. Thank you a lot, and thank you all, and thank you for my research team that always believed in me. And we have to continue to study non-indigenous species and spreading all these important non-indigenous species here in Mediterranean Sea. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, and I hope that you will go ahead with your works. Good continuation.
Okay, and the award for the best poster is delivered to Alessandro Tarullo. Alessandro, you're online?
Online.
He's online. Alessandro?
How can we convey to him the...
Yes, he's online.
We will give him a virtual award.
Alessandro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So you got the award for the best poster.
Thank you.
Can you share your camera?
Thank you to all. Thank you to this important to RACSPA. Okay.
Can you see your face, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Very nice.
Many thank you, Dever. Thank you. The recognition retired by my colleague that are present there.
Okay. So
thank you. Thank you.
Eva, so on behalf of Alessandro. Okay. So thank you, Alessandro, for your good job. And I hope that this will give you some motivation to continue this excellent work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. So for the recommendation, you have to read them. Okay. And now we will proceed with the conclusion and the recommendation of the symposia, and I call Ernesto. I know you are all tired and hungry, so just a few minutes and
Okay, so I can read now the 7 point. We noted that emerged during those 2 days of work. It's just one page, so I will be quick. First point, the number of Mediterranean non-indigenous species is increasing with no signs of saturation, and the meeting highlighted the need of reinforcement of sub-regional and regional cooperation and harmonized strategies towards needs monitoring and managing. The second point is, yes, Prioritization in monitoring should be structured in order to take into account the severity of impacts on threatened species and habitats. Marine protected areas can act as sentinel sites where to monitor the arrival and subsequent impact of needs, as well as other biotic responses to anthropogenic pressures and climate change. We see that the problem is not only needs, but even the other impacts that we are experiencing. Third point, prioritization in management should consider both negative and positive outcome of species invasions and both ecological and socioeconomic implication. Concrete actions are needed to help the adaptation and mitigation processes. These actions should be guided by an informed management strategy in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders. This process should be implemented at either the local, national, and sub-regional scale, promoting regional cooperation at all levels. Point 4. Integrative methods are welcome to support the monitoring of non-indigenous species and their taxonomical identification. Despite its current limitation, new technological development, such as DNA metabarcoding, could improve early detection, monitoring needs, and can be used as complementary tool to traditional taxonomic analysis. So taxonomy is still very important. 5, local ecological knowledge approach can greatly contribute to the collection of historical and spatially explicit information. In particular, the use of participatory mapping has the potential of providing new insight for spatially informed management of non-indigenous species and strengthen the involvement and participation of stakeholders, especially fishers. Point number 6, a large number of studies highlighted the importance of investigating fouling communities in harbors and marinas for early detection of non-indigenous species and for exploring both theoretical and applied aspects of marine bioinvasion, including the assessment of related vectors. And finally, our conclusion is, in the last point, rapid change of Mediterranean biota under an accelerating climate change reality stresses the need of adopting strategies for adaptive management of non-indigenous species, promoting cooperation between research bodies and involving all the relevant sectors of civil society. That was the last point of our conclusions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ernesto. Okay, before I give the floor to my director to conclude, just I would like to thank first our technician that were here all the symposia to help us to be online and to facilitate the presentation. A big thank to our interpreters. The scientific committee members. And finally, the SPARAC family, my family that helped me in the organization, and you see the names here. And I would like to thank them. So a big applause. Okay. Final word to my director, our conductor. Thank you.
Thank you, Atif. I will add special thanks to Atif and Sirine for making this possible, for putting everything together. And the other members of the team that are from SPARAC that are present here outside, and they don't much show up in this room, but when getting in and out, you notice their presence. So thanks to all the team that has prepared all the aspects, the content, the organization, and the logistical part of the organization. I would like to thank you all for your attendance, even though some of the participants have already left, and I can understand that because it's a very long marathon from the beginning of the week, and we can acknowledge the efforts made to be available in order to attend and to contribute, assist and contribute valuably to these important 4 events. First on marine vegetation, second on Coralligenous and other bioconcretion, on dark habitats and non-indigenous species. I don't know if we will add another in the coming editions, but so far there are 4 of them. And we noticed the interest and the value of the presentations, oral or in short presentations for the same subjects, and the exchange and discussions that happened based on the presentations. So we can be proud of the achievement during this long but very productive week. So we will take your recommendations, and here I would like to comment the quality of work of the scientific committee from before the events, during the events, and the conclusions and recommendations. So we will take it as a duty to report to our contracting parties under Barcelona Convention. Our focal points meeting will be held during May 2023, and we will prepare a special report on these events, these symposia, based on the conclusions and recommendations of the 4 symposia. And we hope that we can have some decisions, concrete decisions, going through the following governance meetings up to the conference of parties of Barcelona Convention that will be held in Slovenia during December 2023, in almost less than a little bit more actually than a year. So thank you very much once again, and have a safe trip back home. And my congratulations for those who had the best awards. Thank you for your attention, and I declare this symposium on non-indigenous species and the whole package of symposium closed, and thank you for your attention.